first exam. It was
It was not
a
bad.
little bit, yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, it was good. No,
Okay.
no surprise with that, and already you helped us during the exam. That was very nice. Thank you for that. And totally was good. Of course, for me it was a little bit struggling,
Yes.
debugging, and yeah, but totally was good.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know.
And thank you for help.
No, it's my pleasure if you have struggling. I know for sure when you start to code, and even if you are on pressure, let's say time limit and things like that, you maybe get stuck in silly things somehow, or maybe even because time is like against you, is like, oh, okay, I'm stuck in something that it didn't even start. Let's say it's difficult at the very beginning, but if you then get used to it, because at work maybe sometimes it's like that. I don't know, it depends on the companies. Some companies, they playing like in advance for risk management, and but sometimes you need to get things done very quickly, and even, okay, we have the deadline about one day or things like that, and you need to just rush to finish some things. But it's yes, it's always like that, always a little bit of pressure, but at least you can handle it, and it's my pleasure just to help you also.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes. So we're going to start with a topic that we didn't cover from session 8. It was Ajax. Um, yes, it's Ajax. So I will share my screen. Okay. Ajax in ASP.NET MVC. You're able to see my screen right now. Yes. So um, yes, until now we just do a regular web application. Every time that we click on submit, it does a post to the server and then come back with a response. But that's a little bit like the old days, that you click on submit and then you refresh the whole page in order to present the information or the feedback to the user. For that, it appeared in, I don't remember the year, but it was Ajax coming to help, which is a asynchronous JavaScript. Asynchronous JavaScript that helps you to do partial rendering. So you don't need to render everything everything at once with a response. You can just do rendering for a small part of your page, so it's a better user experience. So uh, I'm going to just present the topics. What is Ajax? What is the difference between raw Ajax and Ajax using JS? Um, Also, something that will help us to work with ASP.NET MVC is Ajax with unobtrusive JavaScript. And we are going to cover helpers for Ajax in MVC, and mostly what that is implemented, how it's implemented with JSON, Ajax, and ASP.NET MVC. So what is Ajax about? It's only asynchronous JavaScript and XML, what it stands on the name. But I don't know if in the past you already have experience with Ajax in other web applications, in, let's say, in PHP or other application, or is the very first time?
Small experience.
We covered a little bit with the
Okay,
jQuery.
okay, with jQuery and PHP. So you know that there are different programming models in the applications, and mostly all the applications that we have written so far were like synchronous. What does it mean? That in order to follow, let's say, to execute a program, let's say that your program have 3 steps: step 1, step 2, and step 3. When you execute the step 1, it has to be entirely done, and the program waits until step 1 is completed, and then it goes to step 2 and so forth. Step 2, step 3, step 4. That that is called like synchronous programming. So that's the regular programming that we do. So we just call step by step, and we need to finish the first step to go to the second one. So that's synchronous programming. But asynchronous programming, what does it mean is like if you have, let's say, 3 steps, and then you execute the first one. If it's asynchronous, you don't need to wait until the first step is finished. You go directly to the second one, and the third one, maybe if the 3 are asynchronous, the 3 calls. So that's asynchronous programming. So you don't need to wait until one particular piece of code is has to be finished, or a function call or a method call is finished. You can pass directly to the second one, and that's how you do asynchronous programming. And in JavaScript, that asynchronous programming allow us to have like our pages with Ajax, with that partial rendering. So Ajax, here Ajax is a technique for asynchronously loading content. Um, so it allows to dynamically change the DOM. You know, the DOM is the object model for a document in HTML. So we have like 2 styles of Ajax. We have partial rendering using a div and we can use like a JSON service that we call the JSON service from the client side, and then in let's say it takes time to retrieve the information, but the application still is running. And then in a moment, with a callback method, it will retrieve the information, and it's going to render our outcome in the client side using maybe jQuery or other libraries like even Angular or React or other technologies. So Ajax comes with advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are like you you don't need to load the entire page. It's a minimal data transfer because you can transfer like a JSON over the wire. And responsiveness, yes, because you don't need to load everything from your page. You just want to update just one part of the page, not everything. Disadvantages, you need to code more efforts, more development efforts for that. And it might be a problem for the browser when you click on back. Even if this problem is there is a workaround in some technologies that keeps like a history of your back. Um, it keeps the history of the browser and allows you to just present the information, but it's really more work to do too. So if you want to handle that, it's like, okay, you need to support it in your applications. And then because if dynamic content, the search engines don't, they may skip that content because at the very beginning, the content is not static, so you can look at the information inside. So they may skip the Ajax content because it's dynamic. So that's not a good thing, but okay. Most of your applications won't share like content over the internet, so it's more like websites like software as a service. So it's just a it only fits particular needs on your company. So, but other applications, they may be affected by this. So internally, Ajax uses an object which is XML HTTP request, and that object help you to do the operations get, post, put, delete asynchronously. And also this is mostly done when you do raw Ajax request. What does it mean? Raw Ajax request is like, but you do it by hand. So you use just the support of Ajax from the browser. This XML HTTP request is exposed to many browsers. So this is the way that from the very beginning of Ajax was implemented in the past. I will say 10 years ago or even more. But always is like the basis of Ajax. On top of that, there are other technologies that uses Ajax, like you can have a implementation of Ajax in jQuery or even Angular, or that are using like internally this XML HTTP request, which is the basic JavaScript API to do Ajax calls. So it's like that. There is something that you may keep in mind from Ajax calls. There is something called same origin policy, which is a configuration that is defined by default in a web server that doesn't allow you to do Ajax call from one server, from an external web server. So you want to do an Ajax call to the to maybe a server from Google or something like that, and maybe in your application it won't it won't work because the server is an external server. So you may need to change the application itself just to allow you to override this policy. So you should be able to call APIs from other web servers, external web servers. So how it looks like a raw Ajax is like this. So you don't need to just write this way, but if I look at this code, it's like, okay, I use the XML HTTP request, then I try to use the get method in this case, and then call my URL, which could be a REST URL API, and then there is a callback. In this case, the callback is defined in the onReady state change event. So what does it mean? A callback is when you execute this line. This line is going to be executed asynchronously. So if you execute it asynchronously, and let's say the when you execute this and goes to the server, it takes time to just retrieve this kind of information, the server time. So it's going this line is going to be executed asynchronously, so it will pass immediately to the next line. But this next line is like, okay, defining what is my callback, and this callback is going to receive the information from the server, but not immediately, because the server could take more time to get the response. So if you define this and then you do the send, is what will happen is that here we are going to send the information to the server, and maybe we don't need to wait to this function to finish. So no, we don't need to wait this send method to be finished. We immediately get the control in our application, but somehow in when the server the content of the server is available, is going to capture the value with this um, callback. So you should be able to get the response from the server and then update your user interface from there. So it's just the way that Ajax works. So when the request is finished, you should be able to get the response from the server and update, let's say, a div from the DOM to get that response. So that's the way that is implemented. We can try that example if you want to, or okay, maybe I need to pass because we need to just cover two topics. Okay, so Ajax with jQuery is something similar. To do. Instead of just having the basic support from the browser, you can just make it shorter in jQuery. So it's easy to handle Ajax requests yes, in jQuery. So um, so there is something that you didn't cover yet, is Ajax with unobtrusive JavaScript. What does it mean that? So Ajax, you know what it is, but unobtrusive JavaScript, what is that? So um, unintrusive means that no script is injected into the page, so you don't need to write any Ajax in order to make it work. And you are going to handle it by a library, a JavaScript library called jQuery Unintrusive Ajax. So the previous example that I show with the basic support and the jQuery support could be replaced by uh, this kind of code on the client side. So what it does, this is it only uses data attributes, which are data Ajax, data Ajax method, data Ajax update. So all is defined using attributes. So the way that how this is going to behave is using these data attributes. So here it defines for this anchor, it defines like that is going to handle Ajax with this attribute. Then you define the URL, which is your server URL. Then you define that you're going to call the get method. Then you define that you're going to use the replacement mode. What does it mean, the replacement mode? It means that when you receive the information from the server, it's going to replace the content that is defined in this HTML element. Yes, if you have an element called time display, maybe a div, and this is going to define, okay, update the content that comes from the server into this element. So if you define it that way, it's going to work like that. So maybe we need to just create a project for that, just for an example, to make it work. So in here, create new project. It will always be a MVC project. Here I'm going to call it a basic. Oh, sorry, basic Ajax project. So create. It could be done in any technology, web forms or MVC, but I will put it MVC. Then create. So I will create just this. I'm going to define a method from the server side. So it's going to define my home controller in here that I'm going to define here. You see home server time. I'm going to define server time. So public action result server time without parameters. And what it will do is daytime.now content return content, this content to string to long date string or to long time string instead. Okay. So in here, this is going to return just a string with the content. With this action result is going to just return a string. And then I need to call it somehow in our application. So I'm going to call it in, we will create a view to it. Public action result Ajax. So in here I'm going to return a view. View. And I'm going to define a view, which is going to be an empty view. Add. So in this view, I will define a deep time display. Deep ID equals time display. And then I will put this code. Okay. But before just running this is okay. In order to make it work with these attributes, data Ajax method, and so on, I need to support jQuery and intrusive, which is in this NuGet package. So I need to install this Microsoft jQuery and intrusive Ajax as a NuGet package. So I go right click, manage NuGet package. Going to browse this and then find it. It's this one. I'm going to install it. Microsoft jQuery and Intrusive Ajax. It's okay. I will accept. Okay. Until now, we have the support in we have the support on the unintrusive Ajax, but we didn't call it. We didn't have the support client side, so we may need to define our script section. So in the script section, I'm going to let's say we'll copy this. Maybe I have okay, view solution explorer. So I will copy. No, it's not this one. It's layout. Okay, we'll copy this. So in here, I will copy this. So it allows me to have the support for jQuery and intrusive Ajax in our client side. This script was installed from the NuGet package like this, jQuery and intrusive Ajax, as you can see. So we are all set with this. So if I just run this application, just run this. Okay. Hopefully it will render quickly. Okay. Okay. So here I have home Ajax view. And then I need to click on this load server time and it will retrieve the server time. If I would like to click again, so I receive the content dynamically from the server. Just by clicking, I can update the content. It's not like I'm refreshing the page to receive this content. I'm just doing it dynamically. It's just one small part of the page that is refreshed with that. If I click on this, I'm going to just request this to the server, home server time, and it's going to retrieve just this. And then it's going to be injected into the DOM with the instruction that I put, which is this one. I define a div. That's going to be the place that is going to receive the information. And here I only click on the link and it will fetch the information from the server. So I'm going to the server with the controller, home controller server time action. And then I will retrieve the information and replace it into the div. As you can see, I didn't program much with this. I only just need the support of this jQuery and intrusive Ajax library, and it's pretty much the implementation like this. So it's really easy to have Ajax in this application. Do you have any questions about it? Is easy? Yes. Okay. Then so this is the basic example of Ajax. I'm going to share that example to you. I will add to the Git, create and push. So I will stop it first because it's taking time. Okay, so here. So here, GitHub. I will make it available for you. It's still not there, I will say. Okay, here, basic Ajax, everything is there. I don't see it. Kind of strange. So, okay, I will check that later because it's supposed to be there. Unless I have another repository for that. Okay, I will check that out. So, so that's the simplest example of Ajax that you can get. So I'm going to cover other examples on Ajax. So I will continue this. But that is not the only way that you can implement Ajax in your applications with ASP.NET MVC. ASP.NET MVC has some helpers for you to do Ajax calls, which are Ajax helpers. You have basically two, which are Ajax action link and Ajax begin form, instead of the regular ones that are HTML action link and HTML begin form. So those Ajax helpers help you to invoke an action asynchronously. Let's say here Ajax action link, or submit a form using Ajax begin form. And they come with a parameter called Ajax options to help you to configure what will be the target on the DOM, the HTML and everything. So it's going to be easier for you. Okay, where are I going to put just the information that I retrieve from the server? So you defining the Ajax options. So what are those options? You have basically the URL that you're going to send the request. What is going to be the HTTP method that you're going to use? Could be get, post, or other methods. You have the insertion mode, so you can have mostly the one that I use is replace. I don't use insert after, insert before, but mostly you're going to use replace. But it's pretty much obvious what is the intention of those two or the three. Update target ID is the ID of the HTML element that you're going to update. And then if you want to have like a loading icon or something like that, you can specify what is the the ID of that that image in the HTML. So it's going to be easy just for you. Okay, when you do an Ajax call, you may need to present to the user a feedback that something is running. Okay, so that's why you need a loading, but sometimes it's even instantaneous, the result. The events, the action options help you to manage some events. Sometimes you have a server call from Ajax, but that server call doesn't gets an error. So you have the on failure event that you can specify a JavaScript method into it that will handle the error that you may have from your server, or others on begin on complete. Just on begin, just before the Ajax call is will run, you can define something that will be called in the client side. On complete, okay, when the call is complete, you can define that too. But mostly, the ones that you are going to use are on success and on failure. When it's on success, is that the call is finished and everything is like done for you, and you can get the information from here. No, it's instead you can like say, okay, everything was went well in the Ajax call. So maybe you want to save information to the server, like, let's say doing an Ajax call to save the information of the student, but you want to get the feedback that actually was done properly. So you put on the on success maybe an alert message to say, okay, the student has successfully saved his information. Or maybe on failure, something went wrong in the application, something like that. So you can define those. So an example of this could be like this. So you instead of having like the direct annotations that the with data that I mentioned before with the other example, you can define it with the helpers like this. Ajax action link. You put a name on it, and then which is the name on the for the link. Then the action method. You put the controller if you want to. In this case, could be home controller. And then you put the Ajax options, which are HTTP method, what is going to be the target for the element in the DOM, what is going to be the element for the loading, uh, what's going to be the insertion mode, most of the time replace, and then you can just define JavaScript methods called like on Ajax request begin or on Ajax request success that you may use it when the event is called. So it's like this. So that's the example, but using helpers. Is the almost exact same example as I mentioned before with the data attributes. And this is just the helper will create the data attributes and everything. You can do it like directly with the data attributes or with the helper. So there is another helper called Ajax begin form. This helper is when you want to do a form submission. So you want to handle in your form submission like Ajax, directly Ajax. So you can do it this way, like, okay, you put what is going to be the action. let's say, let me just recap that one. I think the first one is the controller, then the action. And then you can specify the Ajax options. So the Ajax options where you're going to put the information that comes from the server, and then how it's going to be handled, and like replace the content inside. So in here, this is basically the implementation that you're going to use for this for the Ajax begin form. So always is going to be this way to handle Ajax calling with a form in ASP.NET MVC using this Ajax helper. So I'm going to cover an example of that just in a minute. So what's going to be the example is going to be this example. So I have a project in this Ajax MVC demos that in here I will close, sorry, I will close everything. Okay, I'm going to start from the very beginning. So you have here like your landing page, which is index. And in this landing page, I'm going to implement a search. So if I run this application just to show you, so it's going to be this way. Essentially, this application, what it does is a regular search, but using Ajax instead of just. So here you have the search of books in here. So here I'm going to search dynamically. If I write, it's like filtering already. Okay. That is done like this because every time that I tap a character, is going to call the server to retrieve the information. So how is handled that? I will show you. So here we define our search form, which has essentially a text box and a button. Um, so here is only this form, and we are going to do an Ajax call from there. So in this Ajax call, we're going to do a post method, the post method, and then the result is going to be inside this div defined like this with this ID. Div ID equals result, so I put the same name, the same ID, and then I'm going to define that I'm going to replace the entire content inside here. So if I replace that every time that I will replace that every time that I call this search. So how I'm able to call it just by tapping is because this is a event for this HTML element, the text box on input. Every time that you write something on the text box, is going to do a submission, a form submission for this form. So here I define the name of the form, the ID of the form, which is search form, and is just doing defining okay if how I'm going to send the information. So here I do the submit every time that I tap on the text box. So every time that I tap, I'm going to the server and get the results from my from my controller, which is here. home controller. No, it's not. It's books controller. Sorry. I'm going to call this search action. As you can see here, I specify the action. Okay, and because I'm in the books controller already, in the books already, I not specify the controller, and here, sorry, not here. Here in the books controller, I define the search action, and because I'm passing this the data from this text box named query, so I receive that from here, and then I just have a collection of books in here and just doing the query. The query is based on the title of the book, and then I do the select of all that data and put it into my view model, and then do a list to pass it to my partial view. The thing that is different from other implementations or the regular implementation is that before we define HTML begin form, and here instead of using partial view we were using views. So in the past was view like this, view, and we pass the the view and then the data. But when you are using like Ajax calls, we need to pass like partial views, because it's going to be just is going to be just a small part of our page and not an entire page. Mostly when you program a view, it's like, okay, it's like the content of your entire page. When you program a partial view, it's just a small part of the page. So it's good to just call your partial view to pass the information that you retrieve from the database or even here from memory, and then is going to be all that information is going to be transformed with the view, and then the result is going to be put in here. And you may ask why I need here. I need this. Why I need this? This is because at the very beginning of your page, you need to present information, so the entire list. So to do that, you just call even your partial view and pass it the model, because I am passing the entire list already here, and it's going to present the information of all the books. So that's why I need to put this. If I don't put this, let's say here, and I save it, what will happen is when I just come to this page, is going to be like empty. This is not going to present the books. So by searching on the books, I will see them, but that's not the intended behavior that I would like to support. Is that when I come from the page, I would like to present everything, and then I will just do the searches. So everything is clear, or is okay? Just the search.
Can you show
Any
us
question?
your code one more time?
Yes. So the code in here for this one is okay.
What is the not this one your controller?
Okay, the controller. Yes.
Books data. What is books data? What is the object?
Okay, books data is a class that has a method getAll in here that holds a list of books. It's just a static list. instead of just going to a database, I just have the list defined here just to retrieve some information. It could be like entity framework call to the database and retrieve a list of books, or just the list of books just directly here hard coded and pass it and retrieve from here.
Okay, okay, that's clear.
Yes. So in here, I'm able to just query with this as queryable, and I can do the where and find the title matching the text that I pass here. So if it contains the letters inside the query, so I'm going to filter it and then create like here create like a small part of the of my books. So the books are like have ID, title, author, and content. Instead, here I have a view model that only shows you the ID, the title, and the author. Okay, this is by doing a regular, not a regular expression, sorry, by doing land expressions. But it's not a problem for you. I could even create it like instead of having that, I could do like new book view model and then passing over the ID equals book was book dot I was book. Okay, let's put something like that, book dot ID comma. So I could do it that way instead. Or I could do it like in this example using land expression. This is going to be converted like a land expression, but to do it like this way is equivalent to have all this inside this select. It's another way to do it. This is a sorry. This is just another way to just define a land expression in code like this. So you can reuse it here, or you can directly specify the land expression like defining a variable, in my case, maybe book, and then putting this land expression, and then putting just matching the values to retrieve book view models. So it's you have options to do it like this. So it's like that. So why I have like a view model for this, just retrieving only the title and the author, is because most of the time when you do an Ajax call or when you try to retrieve information from your database and present to the user, you don't want to show all the fields inside. Let's say that you have books, but the books have like 20 fields inside. So you don't want to show everything in your list. You want to show only the most important ones. So here I just creating like a view model that allows you to just show the data that is needed to be shown in the user interface. We don't need the content in this case for this book, so I only need the title and the author, and it will show in my user interface only that the title. So is and also this is the one example. So just retrieving the information this way, sorry, this way with the form. And I have another example from this very same project is when I am in the view, let's say this view. This is the view. Uh, this is the view when every time that you do the search is going to pass the view model, and then is going to create this view for us. So, but inside this view, I have another Ajax call, and what it does, this call is to retrieve the information of the content of the book. So, what actually is the content of the book? By its ID. So in here, I specifying like the link. Then I specifying the action, which is content by ID, and the controller, which is books, is the books controller. So, and then I'm specifying the parameters. So I would like to search the information of a particular book by its ID by passing this ID into my action content by ID defined in the books controller. So this is just the call, and then I have my Ajax options that I'm going to insert that information inside this div, okay? And that's it. So if I run it, you see that there is the C content links, okay? If I inspect the C content, what is actually created for us is like, okay, I have the link defined with data Ajax true, a replace mode, the update of the element that I would like to update. Then I have the URL that I'm going to call, and then the text that is shown here as the link. And I have also the div that I'm going to put the content inside of this div. If I click on this, it's going to put the information inside the div dynamically. So it's going to be dynamic because at the very beginning you don't have that information in the div, but if you want to retrieve it from the server, if I put a breakpoint on this content by ID, see content. Okay, I think it's not. I need to just recompile just to get the. But it will call this content by ID. So I'm going to receive the book ID, and I will identify if the current request is an Ajax request. If it's an Ajax request, if it's not, okay, I'm going to show this. But if it's an Ajax request, I'm going to retrieve the information of one particular book. And if I found it, I will just return that information with this. So I should be able just to, whenever I click, I will call the server and then retrieve the information instantaneously.
Quick question here.
Yes.
This word, it's belong to the view. If you go to the script.
The script. Let me just.
Yeah. Okay.
You mean this one?
No. Controller. Yes. Return this dot content. This.
Okay. No.
This is for the
this
view.
represents the controller.
Oh, controller.
Yes, the controller has result, content result. You can just define like, you know that you have view. It's another method from the controller that allows you to maybe retrieve a view. In this case, it will retrieve like string content that you can retrieve from the server. Yes. another content result. We already covered just an example in the past about this content method. Maybe you might forget it, yeah, obviously, but this helps you to return string content instead of a view itself.
Okay.
So is that clear in the Ajax implementations that yes, do you have any questions about this implementation? No? Okay, so I will continue with the slides. We already covered two examples. One example was with, okay, this is the example with the helper that I just shown, the search. So we can implement also JSON services in ASP.NET MVC. Okay. You have the MVC Ajax helpers that help you to manage Ajax, okay, and partial page rendering. But there are other scenarios that maybe you might not need to use it like this. Instead, you may use like client-side libraries, and only at the server side you might use like services that return JSON. That's why I'm calling JSON services. Okay, so in this case, one example of that will be if I would like to retrieve like in JSON. I don't know. There is somebody put okay. I was hearing something, maybe news. So I don't know. Okay. So in here is in ASP.NET MVC, you are able also to retrieve like JSON information. So with this action method, you can just return JSON information instead of a view or a string. So the way that you can implement that is like, okay, if I would like to handle from my JavaScript library, in this case jQuery, just to retrieve information in JSON format. So I might get that by using this jQuery get JSON, calling our action method, and then this jQuery get JSON has a part which is an callback method that will receive the data when it's available in this variable data, and then I can manipulate that data to be presented in my HTML. So we can define like JSON services inside of our ASP.NET MVC application like this. This I will say that is not widely used in ASP.NET MVC applications. One option for the new applications, even with MVC also, is using like something called Web API, because Web API by default it handles JSON results. So Web API is an easy way to implement your application that consume from the client side some JSON, because instead of just specifying, okay, JSON result like that, you can retrieve directly like return books data dot get all. So retrieve directly the collection, and the Web API it will handle it and retrieve as a JSON instead of just specifying, okay, I want to retrieve this information as JSON. No, you don't need that when you use a web API. But both technologies like ASP.NET MVC and web API could live together. So I can define like a project with both technologies in the running at the same time. And in my web API, I will define like my JSON services. And in my ASP.NET MVC, I will define just the regular things that we define, like our views, our controllers, and all that stuff. So this is not going to be used widely in ASP.NET MVC applications. Instead, it's going to be used using like web API and any kind of client-side technology like jQuery or Angular or yes, Angular or React even. So it's going to be like that. So in summary, Ajax is a very powerful technique to work asynchronously. It loads the data asynchronously. You don't need to refresh the entire page to get the results. You could use Ajax helpers to simplify the Ajax calls, so you don't need to write all the JavaScript that is like, okay, in ASP.NET MVC at the very beginning, they didn't intend to just write too many JavaScript inside. So it will help you to just use the helpers to not to write anything in JavaScript or almost. So you can use those helpers, action link and begin form to do that. And we can also implement JSON services that are called from the client side, but these JSON services I will recommend to use instead web API because it was intended to be done that way with API. So any questions about the Ajax that we have covered? Is it clear? Yes, clear. Okay. So because I asking that because in the final project you might use a little bit of Ajax, not too much, but at least you're going to apply some Ajax in your final project. So that's why I'm asking. So this is so far so good for Ajax. It was simple. I will share I don't know what happened with my Git account. I think it's because, okay, this is the right one. So I will upload it. Okay. So here, I will refresh, reload. Still doesn't appear. Keys or projects? No, I don't think so. It has to be repositories. I need to fix that because I would like to share to you that thing. Or maybe I will upload it into in the post on your teams just to share to you that. But it's going to be at the end of the session. So so I will close this Ajax MVC demos. and I will continue with the slides. So, okay. So for Ajax MVC is easy. I'm going to cover another topic, which is ASP.NET SignalR. I don't know if you heard about that technology in the past. I don't think so. Okay, this SignalR, what it does essentially is most related to the ASP.NET world. It's not like something that is like a comparison to other technologies in other in other technologies like Java or things like that. This was like an implementation to help a particular use case that is not that covered in many implementations, which is the real-time communication. And so for the SignalR, I'm going to cover these topics. So what is the intention of using this kind of technology? What will be the problem? And what are the solutions for that? A bit of overview of SignalR, ASP.NET SignalR, and the objects that are used in SignalR to implement this kind of technology. So, what are the problems actually? We know that these days the users want more data and to be instantaneous. You don't want to wait too much time to receive information, and maybe you may want to have live updates like sometimes you know that you have notifications from Facebook or notifications even at your cell phone about new things, and you would like the information, the most up-to-date information for that. So that's that's a problem because in a regular web application, you need to request information to receive that information. You don't receive notifications when the information is available or is most up to date. Instead, you need to request them in order to receive it. So that's a problem because we would like to be the most up to date in any news or any information. So examples of that is like of a possible solution, okay, or solution that are already implemented is like, okay, we would like uh, live search updates. So uh, you don't need to ask for the information. The information updates by itself. Or stock streamers like, okay, I would like the information of a particular stock live. So just it has to refresh by itself. So also when you do like betting systems or when you would like to have like interactive games, you need a way to notify everyone, let's say when something happens. So it's like a live update. So we need really real-time feedback, real-time notifications in our applications these days. So this is not only related to web applications, also in our mobile applications is all the time we need live updates, also in our desktop applications. So we need to implement like a mechanism to do that. So there is a mechanism already implemented in many technologies, or there is a push communication. So every time that we need some information available, we use this kind of mechanism to just push communication into the clients from the server. So there is a pattern. So the pattern, we don't just need to know how it works. It's like, in essence, is like you can do notifications that comes from external sources. When those sources like change values from those sources, you might need a notification system or a push service that allows you to notify the user every time that something is changing in the in maybe in a database or in a queue, to notify that something is available for us. So this mostly when you have a web application, you only have one direction, so you just request information from the client to the server. But we need something else to make react the server when there is an event that has changed, to get back to the clients that information. So do a notification of that information. So this is made mostly by a push service. So we have many kind of push services in HTTP. Basically, um, we have periodic polling. So configure that every 5 seconds we need information, so we request information from the server and retrieve it every 5 seconds. Or long pooling, or any other push service available. The most up-to-date push service that is known in our application is WebSockets. I don't know if you heard about WebSockets in the past? No. What it actually does, WebSockets, is to have like a real-time communication between the client and the server. So you connect as a client to the server, and the server keeps like a connection between the client and the server. And then every time that the server needs some information to be pushed into the client, the client could get that information by events. That's the WebSockets, and these WebSockets is used in many different technologies now, and this is the most recent implementation that is done in many technologies. But in ASP.NET SignalR, if we don't have the support of WebSockets, we can just rely on other implementations. So it will use the most effective implementation that is supported between the client and the server. So WebSockets, what are the positive of WebSockets? Here is easy. It's easy to rely on WebSockets. There is a constant connection between the client and the server, and only send a small data between the client and the server. The negatives, I won't consider the last negative. Maybe some network considerations or support, but I think that these days the is the way that should be implement our web applications with this technology. So this technology is for real-time communication, is not for it's just for particular use case in our applications is not like widely used in all web applications. It's used just for application that needs to handle like real-time communications in it. So WebSockets, I think I have a demo on WebSockets, or let me just check because I think I will skip this demo. I don't have that one available. I think instead I have for the SignalR. I think I have demos. Maybe I will share to you in another session the demo for WebSocket. But I have for the SignalR. So in here, SignalR. This SignalR, even that in the name it says ASP.NET SignalR, is not really tied to ASP.NET in essence. It's just another implementation, a part of the whole support of ASP.NET. Okay, SignalR is a server-side framework to write push services, and it could be used in any device, and also could handle like persistent connection, and yes, it handles like a connection ID for the client. So we're going to see all these concepts. So framework is based on interfaces, and also that has something called hubs. I'm going to cover that maybe in the example. It will be much more clear for you. In order to support the SignalR, you may have all these packages installed to support SignalR. You just install this NuGet package and it will come with all this already. So in order to make it work, just you need to download or install your this NuGet Microsoft ASP.NET SignalR, and then you need to configure the startup file that is in your project with this map SignalR, and it will we will get the support of SignalR just by doing that. So it's pretty much easy to work with. So I will show you an example of that here, SignalR demos. So I'm going to show you this real-time chart. I'm going to run this. Okay. So okay. So this is going to be like I will use a JavaScript library that what it does is like show you bar chart, and SignalR will update the information of the bar chart like in real time. It's just fake, but real time. If I click it on here, you see it's like it's simulating the stock market, I will say. Is like updating the information in real time for us. And this is an example of how you can implement a SignalR. So it is updating live the information for you, and you just here have like a JavaScript library that allows you to show the information in bar chart. So we're going to cover this example now. So if I go to the project, how is actually implemented first. So first I have my home controller that has the view, which is the index view. So in this index view, we're going to see the actual implementation. No, sorry, it's not home controller. Sorry, it's the chart view. Sorry, it's the chart view. So in this chart view, in order to work with a SignalR, we need to have the support by putting this reference of the library SignalR in jQuery SignalR, which is this one, jQuery SignalR 2.2 in my case, because if I check on the Solution Explorer, when I install my NuGet package, it will add into the scripts folder that library, jQuery SignalR 2.2. So in order to make it work our SignalR, I need to add that JavaScript library into my application. So I add it here. So then there is a JavaScript that I need to define always when I use SignalR, which is SignalR hubs. SignalR hubs. These SignalR hubs from the PPT is like the server-side part of our application. Is the one that is going to handle all the methods that are going to call the clients for us. So in here, these SignalR hubs is implemented in the server side in a particular class called hubs. In this case, I create this shard data hub. So this class it inherits from hub that has all the support to have the server to client communication. What it does essentially is that you define a method, okay, that is going to be call is going to call all your clients, and that method is going to um, update the information to the clients, because mostly in our web applications, well, what we do is calling the client to the server. But in this case, because this application is like showing real-time information, instead of calling the client to the server, we're going to call the server to the client by implementing this method. This method essentially it will retrieve the information of the stock information that you saw in the example in here. Is going to retrieve that information and put it into the client instead of just the client requesting that information. So essentially here, if I go here in the data, this is going to be called like if I this is going to have a timer that is going to be executed in intervals. So the defined intervals in here are 250 milliseconds. So what it does is like, okay, every 250 milliseconds, I'm going to call this timer callback, and this timer callback is going to update the information of our chart. And then at the end is going to call this method. This getClients.updateData is going to update the information to the clients. So this update data is a method that is going to be do the communication between the server to the client. So here essentially what it does is, okay, get clients is all the clients that we will call the update data for the clients to give them this information. So what is my view? So in here you have this callback, which is client.updateData, which is the same. It's not here. Sorry. Is this update data that you define here? You see, update data in our client side is this update data. So every time that on the server I call get clients update data, the clients will receive the information in this callback, passing the data that I just sent, which is one particular point, and put it into this. Okay, I'm just calling just an update method in the client side, but essentially the communication is between the server calling this to the client, this method, and the client needs to implement the exact same name in order to receive the information from the server. That's the essence of SignalR. So you can call your clients, you define a method, and that method, you just need to write it because it's a dynamic method here. And then from the client, you just define that callback method and you receive the information and you do whatever you want to do with this data. So with the data that you receive from the server. That is essentially how it's implemented in essence, because this I won't explain all of this because I think it's too much, but in essence you need to implement your hub on the server side, call the get clients method, and just create like this dynamic method. This dynamic method, you just need to write whatever name you want, and then pass parameters to that, and then you need to define it also in the client side just to receive the information that you send from the server to the client, and then do whatever you want with that information. In my case, I'm just defining like a bar chart that handles that information for me, but this is that way that it that is implemented. So the update data here, update. This is the update. So it will just update the information on the top of the page with the stock market, and then set the data into my chart, and then just grabbing the data inside get data. So it's going to add more data to it, and then it's going to remove the first one and then add a new one like this. So is that how it works in essence, that example? I know that is a little bit complicated example for this, but and at least you are able to see how it's like updating the information. It's going to update the information, as I told you, 250 milliseconds, and you don't even need to ask from the client side. In here, I don't ask any information from the client side. I only define this kind of proxy of my hub and my callback, and from the server I just call this, and when I call this I will be able to retrieve the information from the server and present the information here into the client. So that's SignalR. That's one example. I have another example. I will close that just to show you that you can implement those kind of applications also in your projects. So here I have a chat. So it's a chat using SignalR. So if I run this application, if I run this application, maybe in the chat it will be much more easier also for you, because the other example it was like a little bit complicated with the chart and all the implementation server side. So here I have just a regular chat. In this chat, I'm going to define like rooms. Let's say room 1. Let's say, okay, I can define rooms, and also I can send information for that particular room that will be shared among all the people that are inside that room. Or I can send information for all the rooms. So here I'm going to just open many browsers because we are going to have like a chat. So if a chat is not only one person, so in here I will define room 1. I'm going to join as a client room 1. I join it. Then here as another client, I will join the very same room 1. And then another client is going to join the room 2. So here I will send information. I will say hello, okay, and then send. And then there is a connection here, an ID of the connection, and then the hello that I sent, that it will be shared to my other client, as you can see, because I am in the same room. I receive also the same hello, and in the room 2, okay, room 2 is sent. Sorry, sends to room. Okay, sorry. The example is this sent to everyone. I will send another hello, my room, send to rooms only, send. So this is sending to my room 1, then is sending also to my room 1, but for the room 2, it's not going to send that information. This is only sending, this one sent the information for everyone, and this send the information only for the room that I actually am, which is the room 1. So here I can send another thing like hello partners room 1, send, and then here I will receive also that information. But in the room 2, I won't receive that because this is only for room 2. So I can just add another client with the same URL and join it to room 2 and say hi, send, and then it's going to send to the ones that are in room 2, but not for the ones that are in room 1. So it's interesting.
Yes, but do we have a encryption for the messages here? No.
Encrypted?
Yeah.
No, in this implementation, okay, encryption by default in this kind of implementation. That's a good question. I think it might be a configuration for that. Here, maybe I will get back to you for that, but I think it's possible. In this example, I don't think so, but I think it's possible. Yes, the encryption.
Maybe they have a library for this or something like that.
Yes, I will do a research on that, but this is handled. Everything is handled by the server in this case. So you like request something to the server, you give the information to the server, and the server is going to handle the communication to all the clients. When I send just the information, hello for all the clients, is the server that is responding to all the clients that are connected.
So the same principle we can use in forums?
Yes, it could be used on forums too. Yes, it's cool. This chat is an easy way also to implement a chat in your applications, because I'm going to show you this code and it's not like, okay, very difficult to understand. It's easy, or you may tell me if it's easy or not. I will show you what it looks like. Okay, I'm going to close all this and I'm going to show you just that code. So in here I have my index page that has the actual code for us. Obviously I need to add first my NuGet package. I will stop this just to, I need to define in my NuGet package the support for SignalR. You see that you have Microsoft ASP.NET SignalR that is installed in this application. When I install this SignalR, it will add automatically the scripts necessary to work with SignalR, which are this jQuery SignalR in this version 2.2. And this SignalR is going to work also with jQuery, so it needs the support of jQuery in order to work also. So I define that, and then also to define SignalR, what I need to do is to, in my startup class, I need to configure this map SignalR. So what it does is going to create like a proxy class in my application, which is our SignalR hub in this application. So this is going to be like the support that is behind the scenes in our application, that we don't see it. We just need to use it. But I will show you how it looks like. So in this case, I have this mapping. So it will create that support for us in the client side. And then in my view here, okay, in my view, I just define it in my, for all the whole application, the support of SignalR. So I add the SignalR for the whole application in here, SignalR 2.2, and I define my proxy class, which is SignalR Hubs. And we are going to see also how is defined the SignalR Hubs later. So this is everything that I need to support SignalR in my entire application. Just add these two, and I will have the support. And I need to add this map SignalR in order to use these SignalR hubs in my scripts. And then when I need to implement my chat, in this case, this connection hub represents the proxy that I define in these SignalR hubs. I need to start it always. And then I define like sort of a proxy, which is chat here, that I define as a hub. You see here chat CS, which is the hub that I define on the server side. I need to define it also in the client side to have the communication between the server and the client. And then here, when I join the room, which is the first button, here I will send information to the server by doing this chat hub server join room. So I'm sending the information from the client to the server. So which room I would like to add, okay? And then here I can also define like sending the information from the client to the server, like chat server send message, and also the information from the client to the server with this send message to room. So this is all the support to send information from the client to the server, which is the first part that we did with the buttons and the text boxes. But then we need something else to receive the information from the server to the client. And how do we implement that? Is by defining a chat client, which is the information that the client will receive from the server. So I define chat client, and I define a method add message, okay, add message, that is going to be the method that the server will call to give me some information. In this case, it will I will receive the information of the message, so I define add message. Then I define join room, which is also the information that the server gives me, or will send information about the room in this method. So all the methods that are going to be the callback methods, and that the information that I receive from the server to the client, I defining in this chat client. And the methods that I define here, chat server, is the communication between the client to the server. So chat server is going to be the communication between the client to the server, and chat client is going to be the communication between the server to the client. So the callback methods that are going to call from the server to the client, the information that I'm going to receive. So if I define these methods in the client side, you see that add message will receive a message, and I will append the message in my HTML. And then also I will receive also information about the room that I just add into my client, just with this join room method. So I will present, okay, I'm in this room. So actually, I'm in this room. So this is the communication between the server to the client. So I will receive the information as a callback method, and here I just define that this is going to when the server give me the information, is going to be sent to this callback method for the add message and into this callback method for the join room. So far, so good from the client-side implementation. I think it's pretty clean in this case. So I'm going to show you the server implementation, which is this one. And it's pretty simple, this implementation. As you can see, you see that in the client side, which is this, first I define the methods that I'm sending information to the server. So this chat server send message represents this server method, which is send message. Okay, is that send message. Then this join room is the method that I define on the server side, which is this method, passing the room. And this send message to room is the server method that I define in the server side, which is this one. Until here, we are good. I think it's you have the perfect match between the methods that are calling, that I'm calling from the client to the server, and those methods are defined in the server this way, which is pretty simple. So the way that are defined. Okay. Then then I need this add message and join room. But what are actually these methods? These methods are the methods that the server calls to the client. So in here, how they are implemented are like this. So here you see clients. Clients is the clients defined for my hub. All the clients that are connected to my SignalR. And then there is all, which represents all the clients. Okay, and to all the clients, I will call the callback method add message and pass the value MSG. So this is the callback that is going to call to the clients. So here you see add message in here. So it's going to be defined as a callback add message. And then you see here this join room callback is going to be defined in here as this one, join room. So that's the definition, but you need to actually put the callbacks in there. So I create the callbacks in order just to use them. So I create a callback. So every time that I receive a message from the server, I'm going to capture the value of that message in this variable, and that's then show to the client, and that's it. And also here in the join room, you also, if you want to the client to be acknowledged that you joined the room, you just send information to the client that, okay, you actually joined that room with this callback. So it will verify that you actually add to that room. So also in this server implementation, you see that there is something groups. You can define like groups for the connection. So this is an easy way to just define a small set of connections just to be part of one particular group. So in here, whenever I have like a room defined, I define the name of the group, which is the name of the room. And then I add the connection of the client that just called this method, okay, and then add it to the group. So all the clients with all the clients that are in this group, I'm going to handle like a list of connection IDs that are related to that group. So whenever I would like to send just information for a particular group, So I just need to define, okay, send the, okay, this will send the information to the rooms that I actually am. So here I define, okay, this this message I will send it to this. I have the collection of rooms because I specify not only one room. I can specify many rooms to send the same information. It's not only restricted to one room. I could specify room one, room two, but in our case, it's going to send just one room, and for one room, I will just specify all the clients that belongs to that room, and I will send the message to this callback, and this callback is going to be called in the client side here, and I will receive that message. This is as simple as that. And that's the way that we can handle communications using SignalR. And I think it's pretty neat and clean how it is implemented. And you can also implement this kind of real-time communication in your applications. For that, I will ask, there is something missing in this explanation, or is clean?
I have a question.
Yes.
If we want to store the history of the conversation, do we have library which auto-generate code for us, or we have to write it manually?
You auto-generate the application, I will say. The
No, it's just for storing history of the conversation, or maybe for the whole.
Okay, to store the history of the conversation, you could do it like in the server side. At the server side, let's say here in this chat, in the server side, you can just have the connection to your database, and then you have the message, you have the connection ID, so you can store it. Let's say I will have like a method save to DB or something like that. I don't know if I define a method and pass the connection ID of the user or the connection, then pass the message, and you can define like a method that will handle the database and save that information to the database. Because this hub is server side, so if you have if you get access to the server side, you can do whatever you want. You can save it into text a log, or you can save it into the database, or you can manipulate differently in at the server side level. So it's up to you how you can just customize your application. So you get all the access to just implement a database here and save the information, the history of your messages into the database. So any other questions about this implementation? Is clean for you?
Will you share this
Okay.
code with us?
Yes.
Will you share this code with us? Will you
Sure.
upload it on the GitHub?
Yes, I will upload it. Certainly, yes. I have some problems. I don't know. I need to, because I see here, new GitHub repository. No.
Yeah, but if something, you can just do it later.
Yes, I can do it later. Okay, don't save. Yes. So you may get the idea about this implementation with SignalR. Is kind of cool to have those implementation in your projects. So So this is it for SignalR. I think I have just mostly the explanation of the hubs. Hubs is classes to implement push services. There are an abstraction on top of the connection. There is a convention. Okay, I was about to show how it's actually implemented, how you are able to do that kind of implementation with SignalR. So I just show you that there are some methods here. Send message, join room, and send message to room. That are the server side methods defined, and also there are some like this join room add message that are the callback that the clients will get the information from these callback methods. But when you define, let's say your hub, in this case is the chat, okay? This chat, in order to make it work client side, is going to generate a proxy, a JavaScript, a proxy JavaScript, which is the one that I define in this, in the layout, which is this one, SignalR hubs. Whenever you create like your hubs in your application, and then you want to expose those hubs in your client side to be used in your application, you may need to add these SignalR hubs. Here, you need to add it, the SignalR hubs. So I'm going to show you how it looks like, and just to know what how internally it works. So in here, if I run my application, so here I will run it. Okay, here if I go, let's say SignalR, oh sorry, click on here, SignalR hubs, you see that automatically when you define the hub on the server side, .NET will define the support on the client side. So this is the support on the client side. So in this, what will we notice mostly is that you will see that there is the creation of our hub here, create hub proxy, and is the creation of our support on the client side and our support of our server side. As you can see, you see that the server side is implemented this way, join room, which is going to, for us, when we call this join room on the client side, is going to call the server side for us. And also the send message and the send message to room. And then there is the client support. This is defining the client in here. And then eventually in the client, when we call back the from our server side, is going to pass over all this, okay, and identify that you have defined the client, okay, already is defined the client, and then call the corresponding method to the client with this. So this is going to call our send message defined for the client side. Here, the callback that I define, this callback. This is going to be called by this implementation here. Is going to be called from the server to the client. So it's a kind of a subscription that we have that allow us to receive information from the server to the client. We don't even ask for that information. So that's the implementation. So that's why we have all the support of our server to client communication, because we have this have defined for us with ASP.NET MVC, ASP.NET, not MVC, because it's not related to MVC. It's, also it could be implemented in different in even ASP.NET Web Forms and other implementations, but using ASP.NET. That's the way that we have all the support needed. But we don't need to. We just need to use it. So we don't need to just change anything from here. Is going to manage all that for us automatically. So it's like that.
That's the all SignalR library.
Yeah, it's not the
Oh,
whole
this one?
SignalR library. It's only the support for our methods.
Oh, okay.
Because the whole SignalR library is inside the is inside this jQuery SignalR. So you have all the support inside. We just don't need to know how the implementation is done. Is just there for us. So here is really the source code of that implementation available for us on the client side, that we don't need to just pass over it. We just need to use it. It's just, we need to just write a few lines of code and you will be able to use it like this. Yes. So far so good for SignalR. So you have the hubs, and then there is a convention also. You have public methods that are callable from clients. You send data by invoking client methods, so everything is like client side. The hubs has a structure, which are the connection ID and other. They have a context, so they come with all that context in our applications. The endpoint for us is the SignalR, and the GS that I just defined, I just show you, is SignalR hubs. Basically, it's just two protocol steps. So there is a negotiation on the transport level. What does it mean is that it's going to take the actual transport level that we have support in our application. Mostly is going to be for the high-end support to the lowest. So if we have support on WebSocket, it's going to use WebSocket's communication. If we don't have that support because our server implementation doesn't have that support, we're going to use these events. Is just is another implementation. Then there is a forever frame, and then is the long pooling. So is going to to see if, okay, what is the support for our server. Our server supports WebSockets. Okay, I go with WebSockets. If it doesn't support that, it will check for this kind of implementation of communication. If not, it goes until the lowest level, which is the long pooling, which is not very performant. So, but those is kept behind the scenes. You don't need to have that abstraction for you. It keeps a abstraction for us, so we don't even see how it's implemented. You just need to write the code to implement that. So when the negotiation is done, so it choose the right transport to use. So there is the connection. It's going to be like a persistent connection between the client and the server. So then you can just share information, and here the information is encoded in JSON, just to keep it simple. So here, as you have seen on the project, you have a client's property available in your hub server. So this client property allows you to send a message to the clients. This allows you to send message for all clients, or a particular group of clients, or the clients that you want to send only the message. So here, this is a simple example on this. Is like, okay, I send a message to all the clients, this message. So then we have the groups property that we also cover, that will send just for a particular group of connections that are defined inside our group. So here I define a group, and I put the current connection to it. And then when I will send the information to this particular room, I will send for all the clients that are belong to that group or room. So is that, so you just define that way. So the Signalar clients, you have seen also the implementation in our web. It was one particular client on Signalar. You are not restricted to have like client as a web client. You can also have other clients available. You can implement, okay, most of the clients in our case uh, are going to be like .NET clients, for that matter. So most of the implementations were going to be like .NET clients, or even like in your web application is the JavaScript with jQuery as a client, or library that uses SignalR. So there is a use case that I have I actually use SignalR in my work. It was like I needed to just call a Excel that does some logic, okay, on the Excel, but from the web server, from our web. So I just implement SignalR on the Excel, and then I was able to share information between my web server to my client Excel. And if I would like to just send information from my Excel to the web server, I was able to do it. So it was like an interaction between a client application, a desktop application like Excel, with my web application, which was ASP.NET MVC. So you're able also to interact with other applications, not only web applications. It could be also desktop applications. So in my case, the hub was my web server, and the web server was able to send the information to my Excel, and I was able to send information from the Excel to the web server with that implementation. jQuery client, we already covered that. You see in the project that I will share how you can specify your hub in your applications. And also in here in this example, you see that you can force also the transport that you are going to use. But in my case, I won't use it that way because I will prefer to have the negotiation from SignalR to identify which transport is better for me. But in particular cases or in your applications, you may want to just specify which kind of transportation you're going to use in your application. So this is pretty much what we have covered so far. I already showed you the chat demo, so it's just that SignalR is an easy way to implement real-time communication applications to your application. So do you have any questions about it? Is it clear for you, SignalR? Okay, so we are going to have like a little break. We can come back at 12 and continue with the class. So,
Okay, thank you.
Thank
okay.
you. See you.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Yes. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. 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 I see. Yes. I was looking at the course outline. And we are actually now on the session 9. No, session 10, I will say. I didn't post the project on the session 8. Okay. Yesterday we just have the exam that took almost all the day, right? So I need to just clarify things on the final project. Maybe um, for the topic catching data, I think that I will send you like the information about it, but we are not going to cover that. And also, it's like it's just additional information because it's not like something that we are going to use immediately in our final project. Is something just additional for you. And also, I'm just looking also at the session 11, which is the ASP.NET Core. I can just I can give you like an overview about it. Many of you already just use ASP.NET Core in your exam yesterday, and and you know that ASP.NET Core is you can like transfer your knowledge very easily between ASP.NET MVC with ASP.NET Core. So it's a matter just of configuration and the creation of controllers that are slightly different, but not that that can be like compared with ASP.NET MVC. So it's pretty similar, and I'm going to cover in the next session an application in ASP.NET Core on and just roughly going to explain all the parts that are included in the ASP.NET Core. But other than that, I think we need to start already with the project, and because yes, start with the project and maybe doing some examples that I'm going to cover for the next exam. As you know, the next exam is going to be on Friday, so we have we have almost 1 day, one entire day to almost cover everything. So, but it's not like I'm going to cover mostly the things that we already did in the first section, so things like that. I will add like Ajax to it. Instead of having a search, a regular search, the search is going to be using Ajax. Then I didn't cover, for instance, the uh, the paging on your applications. Maybe I will share to you an example of paging. Even I can upload the solution of the project. I will share to you the solution in on Teams. So I'm going to share the solution on Teams, the solution of the exam of yesterday. I will give you my solution. So um, you can take a look, because in that solution I will have also paging in it. So it's going to be an example also on paging, having my solution of the first exam shared to you. So
Sorry.
I'm going. Yes.
Can you also give us the your solution for the blog?
For the blog.
Yeah, the assignment.
Okay, the assignment. Okay. Yes, not a problem. I will give you the solution. That's not a problem. So I will share that to you instead of having the on GitHub. I'm going to share it just on Teams, the project, and you will be able to just download it from there, and it will be easy for you. So so for that, I'm going to just explain how the paging works, because maybe you will have it on the exam on the last one on Friday. So because I have two sort of pagings, I have a regular paging which is not using Ajax, but I have another paging using Ajax. But first, I think we need to start with something more simpler, and then I will cover the other one, because the other one is going to be implemented in your final exam. So I will share to you. Just I will take the. Let me look at this example. Okay, this is the exam. Just not the okay, exam. So I will open it first, and then I will share to you. I'm going to explain how it works, and then I will share it the exam and the post the blog for you on Teams. So I will share here desktop. Okay. So what do we have in here? Here, the home inventory. Okay. Okay, what was the solution? Yes. Here I will run it first. Okay, you pretty know much about it because you covered it on the exam. The only thing that I'm going to explain on this is the paging that I'm using. So, and if you have any other question about the exam, you can ask me if you want to, because it's in this project too. So, okay, it takes a while to run. I will view Solution Explorer. Okay. It takes a while. So we only have 1 day. 1 day to practice. Okay. Days pass very quickly. Oh, but there is already an object named home items in the database. What is this? What is? Okay, maybe because I just try to. Okay, we'll remove this. Oh. Maybe it gets confused with all the projects that I opened before. I was just trying to correct your project, so I will check the data first. Show table data. kind of slow now. I don't know my machine. No, it's really the. I will remove this item. I don't know what happened. Delete. Yes. Okay, so I will run it again. Here I have add or update. Okay, automatic migration enable. I will put it false instead, because it's like maybe updating the database for nothing. Quickly, please. Okay, maybe I will share just the code because it's taking time. I don't know why. Okay, I will minimize this and just show you. Okay, in this we have the index page, index view. And in the index view, as you know, is only the list. In my case, I have a search. In your case, two. So I have the search, but instead, okay, what's enable to update database to match the current model because there are pending changes and automatic migration is disabled either when depending. Okay, I think it's something wrong with the. I may need to recreate the database for it. Delete. Things happens when you do something live, I will say. As always, you know it yesterday. Enable migration. No, not enable, add migration, sorry, add migration. Yes, here that's in case, and not this one. I would put home inventory exam, something like that. Home inventory exam. And then I will run update database. Okay. So in here, I will run the application. And just explain what was this. Okay, so in here, the way is that I create my form with doing the search, but just to simplify the thing, all the items, I put it the results inside a partial view, which I name it search results, and then I pass the model. This model is when I go to my index view from my index controller. In this case, I'm going to just retrieve all the home items, okay, without any filter at the beginning, at the very beginning. So whenever I click on search and pass this search string as we did before in example, what we'll do is just calling the index with this search string, and then I will filter the information from it, just checking if it's not null, and then having the search inside, and if there is any sort here is I apply it. If not, by default it's going to be description ascending. So then I will do the pagination that I will explain, but at the very beginning is just that example. Let me see if it's running. Okay, that is running, so I will create new model. Okay, something like that. Home office. Choose a photo. Always this Henry something. When, where, warranty, price, create. So as you can see, you see that there is this one that is implementing the pagination. So here it appears the first page. I need to add more items to get more pages, but how I'm able to implement this pagination? Maybe you can create more items, but how is actually implemented? If I go to search results, which is my my partial view, in this partial view, first I have my sorting implemented that we already covered in the last session. We already covered the sorting. The only thing that is different from the one that I just show you is that we are using a library called page list. You see page list and page list MVC. This library, I need to add a NuGet package. Let me see. I think it's inside this. You see this NuGet package here. So you need to add the page list MVC, and it's going to be available for you. So you should be able to just do the reference using page list here and using page list MVC. So you need to add this kind of support. And then how do you implement the actual pagination? You need to just call this helper, which is HTML page list pager, passing your model, and then doing this kind of syntax. What it does is it appends to our request. This is an URL, just the URL when you click on the pages that will pass the number of page that we are requesting. So in here, this line, what it does is like, okay, I would like to go to page 2. So it's going to create like a link passing the page 2 in it. So when you click it, it's going to go to the action index, and it's going to fill the parameter page, which is in our action method here. You see it is a page parameter that is passed here. And then from there you are able to request the page. So in here, the logic to have like paging in your application here, I have the collection, the home items, which is IQable, and I need only to use this method to page lists, passing the page number and passing the size of the page. Here I just define a page size small just to show the paging. If I add, let's say, 3 items in my list, I will have 2 pages because for every page I will have a page size of 2 elements show at a time for every page. So in here I will just for every page I'm going to present 2 items. So in here the only thing that I need is what is the page that I'm requesting, and then what is the size of the page, so how many pages I would like to request, and then this data is going to be passed to my view, and inside the view is going to render just the elements corresponding to that page. So at the very beginning, when I am in the controller, I need to request the first page. So in here, if page is not passed into my action, because at the very beginning I don't specify any page, so this is null. What will happen is that because that is null, here the page number that I would like to configure is the first page. So whenever this page is null, put the first page in it, in this variable, the first page. So in here, I going to request the first page with the size of 2 elements inside that page, and then get that information to my view, and in the view is going to just pass over that information and present the information. So maybe for just to I will add some other items, kitchen, description, DDD, choose file, this one, when, where, warranty, price, the same or something different, create. So these 2 are in the first page. If I add a new one, model FFF, serial number 333, and this is in the bathrooms, this description GGG, choose file, this Shutterstock, when the day is going to be like 3, something different, where HHH and UUU 500, create. So as you can see, here it appears the pages. You see that there is not only one page, there are 2 pages. If I click on the second page, it's going just to show the item that I just add recently. So you get the idea about the pagination. It's pretty simple to add pagination in your applications. And also this program handles the sorting. So if I want to sort by location, click on location, and then you see that first it goes bathrooms, then home office, and the last one it was okay, bathrooms. I'm sorry, something is not. It says sort order location, sort this as, but okay, I see. There is something missing in this example with the sorting, I will say, because in the sorting I'm not passing the sort order when I go to the second page. If I go to the second page, it's just restarting to the page 2. Okay, something I need to fix in this one, but you get the idea that you can just do the pagination and the sorting. Maybe I will fix it later, but is you get the idea from the previous example also about the sorting. So do you get the idea how to do pagination in the application? Is simple. Yes. Okay. Something else in this is pretty much explanatory because we already covered this. So do you have any questions about the exam? You didn't understand something, or do you want me to cover something about the exam, or is good for you? I can continue with the other topics.
You can continue.
Okay. Okay. So I will stop this. This is the example of the pagination. I will share to you this on Teams later. I will close this. And then we need to cover the other pagination. So the pagination with Ajax. So in this case, this is like the final exam. So I will show you how is it implement the pagination. I think I put it on runners index. No, it's not here. It's on events. Oh, no, it's not here. I might get confused about the. It's here, runner list. Yes. Okay. Here, this implements like I will just close this. This implements the pagination, but doing it with Ajax. So instead of having like here, I even put the Ajax for the sorting, but we won't cover that the sorting on the exam for you. It's going to be just the pagination. So there, in order to implement that, the only change that we will do is the page list pager that we already covered in the previous example has a particular option, a different option, I will say, that is in, you have this option that it says page list render options, enable unintrusive Ajax replacing. So what it does actually is going to use Ajax instead of the regular pager to do the paging. So in here, what it does is, okay, I'm going to use the get method, and then I'm going to update the element grid. Okay, the element grid. I'm going to replace the whole element grid to just replace the content that I will show in my in my view. So this is this runner list is a partial view in here, and this runner list is called from this index. So here, as you can see, this this is the grid element that I'm just referentiate from here. So every time that I click on a new page on my list, I will call the get method to re-render with the specific page that I specify here. Okay, the page, and then it's going to retrieve the information and then put it inside this div. So I'm going to do like Ajax way to do the paging. So the only thing that we need is this the model has to be this way, and we need to just implement with partial views, and the rest is just simple. It's using almost the same way as the other example. For that, I just mention it because I will do tomorrow an example of this with our MVC student registration that covers the way that we can do the search in Ajax and the way that we can do the pagination also with Ajax. So everything is going to be covered in that project, but this is just I'm showing you that you can do it this way. And this is okay. This is from the final exam that you're going to implement this kind of pagination, and the search also is going to be with Ajax. So that's pretty much that on that I'm going to cover in addition to that we already cover in the exam. So in the previous exam, we cover partial views, we cover saving to the database with Entity Framework, migrations, we create even with scaffolding or our views and everything. We know how to handle like our views and with the controllers and everything. So this in addition is going just the things that we are going to cover on the exam, but in addition also on the exam I was thinking to use also SignalR for that, just to put it more dynamic in a way, but maybe tomorrow I'm going to just give you what could be in the exam that you can just practice at home, and from then you will be prepared for the exam on Friday. So I will try to do that for you to just get at least some practice before the exam, because if you don't practice, it's going to take much longer. So it's difficult also in the exam to have that. So that's it for the parts of I'm going to cover on Friday. Tomorrow I'm going to share like a little example on paging and doing the search with Ajax that is going to be covered for Friday. And also I'm going to cover just roughly ASP.NET Core and what are the difference between ASP.NET Core with ASP.NET MVC. And now I would like to share to you what is the actual project that you need to do for these days. So So the final project, this is not the exam. I will say the project. I will open this and I will run the project first. Because for the project, we know that the project is has more weight than the assignment and the exam, so we need to cover the project in these days too, just to make sure that you will be able to finish it on time, because it will take time just to do it. It's not like a big project, but anyways, any web application and you are just starting to learning how to do ASP.NET MVC, it will take longer, sure. So we need to cover that already. So just to explain to you what it's about. The project, I don't think that you see very clearly here. Okay, I think you will see better. The project is an online admission system where you will have like applications from students. So application, and I mean that is when you register to a postgraduate study, you submit an application. So every student is going to have his application. So in the user interface, when you will register, at the very beginning, you will implement it in with ASP.NET Identity, the login. So I will share to you this. Okay, at the very beginning, you are in the. This is the homepage that I have for the final project, and when I am a student that would like to register to this university, I will click on register, and then I will create my, I will put this basic information. So first I'm going to put my email. So it's going to be my email in this case. Then I'm going to put a password. So we'll put my password. And then I will register at the very beginning. Okay. I don't think that I put already this password, but this email, but okay. When I as a student, I register to this site, it will ask me for additional information. So my personal information. So I will add my first name and last name, my telephone number, and I will I will add the department that I'm going to be registered, which engineering in my case, and then the program on software or hardware, I don't know, and then I can save it, and it will save the information. Then if I can add also, because I am an applicant, I will add my education details. So, okay, in the past, what kind of study I did, and so let's say here I was a bachelor on engineering, and then I finished in 2003. The duration in years, let's say 5 years, and then the university and the subject software engineering, I will say. And then what was the percentage, maybe this one, and say changes. And then if I got others like I have a diploma in 2005, duration 1 year, university, let's say McGill, something like that, and subjects was like AI or something like that, and percentage that I accomplish, let's say 80%, then say changes. So you add your qualifications in order to apply for the university, for that for this Abbott University, and then you will have here. I don't have the code, but the enclosed documents is like in here. This is almost the same as the example here, but the enclosed documents is going to be like, okay. What are the necessary documentation that I need from the university to apply? Maybe because you are from a foreign country and the university needs like passing the TOEFL exam to enter this university. So you might need, okay, language sufficiency test or something, and then add that document. Then any diplomas that you may have, maybe you have your diploma in bachelor degree or you have a certificate. So you need to add all those informations. And the particular thing about the enclosed documents is that you need to upload the document. You already know how to upload documents on with ASP.NET MVC, so you may have like the necessary code to do the uploads, okay? And you will present it like as a list. And when you see this column view document, you will be available to download the document. So you click on view document and you should be able to download. So once you finish all the information, you can click on save application, or you can click on finish application. What is the difference between save and finish application is that when you save the application, you can come back later to add some more information. Maybe you don't have all the information finished, or you may need to upload any other one more information to it. So you just save the application and it's still like open, it's not final for you. And then when you do finish application, you just go to another status of your application, is that you already complete everything needed on your application to be seen for the admin of the universities, for the people that are going to check your profile or your application. So this is the part for the
What is
student.
TOEFL?
Yes.
What is TOEFL?
A TOEFL is an exam for is
Teaching of English as a first language.
yes.
Oh, okay.
This is test. Yeah, test of yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay.
Yes. For people that are not actually is first language is English. So yes, many English universities requires to have like 85% of the TOEFL to be good to enter a university, even more for a postgraduate study. Yes, I will say. So you have all the you add those requirements and everything, and then you save the application and you can continue, go again, log into the website and add more information. And if you're done and you just change your status of your application because it's just finished, it's completed, your application. So that's the part of the student. Then there is the part of the admin. In this admin, the admin part is the admin user is going to revise all the or review all the applications and change their status. But in this case, because we don't have much time to do it, I will say, you will only you just need to create like the views for the admin, but only read only. It's going to be just read only. In this case, this the admin, it will see the list of students that are registered, and it's going to be like the status like receive or completed. Because when you just create and save the application, it's like the just the application is just in its initial status, and then when you complete it, it's like completed status. So the admin is only it will only see at the very beginning all the students, maybe with the status by default is going to be the applications that are completed, but he will be able also to filter on other statuses, but it's only read only for the admin, because you won't have time to finish on time this application, but at least the admin is going to be just read only. Here you have your search. You know how to do searches in ASP.NET MVC, how to create like a list like that. And maybe this, I'm going to just simplify this user interface to only have the status and the student name and the application ID to as filters. You don't need those three because it's going to be more difficult for you. I'm honest on that. It's going to take more time for you to finish. So I won't consider these filters. I will consider only these three for you. And then when the admin will look up the information of the student, if he clicks on details, he will see just read only, just labels, not text boxes, or maybe text boxes, but without the ability of changing the values. So the information read only. So the information that actually the student enter. So it's going to just look at the information for the profile of the student, then a tab for the educational details, which is the list that you or that I already show you, which is this this list, and also for the enclosed documents, that is this list. And also the photo. So when you enter a student, the information of the student, you should add also the photo of the student in the submission. So this is the application that is the final project. And then I just show here the table structure of this application. In total, this application will have 5 tables. 5 tables. It's going to be an applications table with all the necessary information for the. Here, I think I miss one in this one. I need to insert like photo.
And how many days we will have
until the end of the course. Yes.
And we will have a lecture.
A lecture.
Or we will have just time for working during the class. Because sometimes
during the class, yes, during the class, you're going to work on the project. If you have some things that you get stuck, because you always will get stuck on things on the project, you can ask me. Feel free to ask. I will be there for you to just guide you how to just continue to the project. So it's going to be like that.
So in Wednesday we will have a presentation, but till Wednesday we will work. So we have 2 days,
Yes.
Monday and Tuesday, during the study day.
Yes, so now tomorrow I'm going to cover like the final lecture and the things that we need for the exam on Friday. And then on Friday is going to be the exam. You know that it takes time. So on Monday we are going to start just I will start just helping you how to do things on the project, but you can start also on the weekend. You can start on the weekend, and even I will give you more information tomorrow about the project. Maybe I can share to you the models already, just to help you to not do everything on your own. It's going to be just as a template. And then yes, it's going to be like that. So the table structure on the project is we have an application ID, which is the identifier of this table, but this is this application ID. It comes from the identity as ASP.NET user identity. So if I show you here the project, I have views, solution explorer. In here I have my models. So this application is going to be like a foreign key. The foreign key is going to be application ID. Okay. So also is going to be the primary key on this on this table. So it's going to be foreign key that comes from the user identity, from the table users, and also is going to be like the primary key for this entity with this application. So here we have this. I didn't put like the type. The type already is varchar 128 in the ASP.NET user identity. So I just put the same type. Then you will have the other information that you need to fill for the application, the first name, last name, telephone number, the photo that is going to be a binary. Then it's going to be the foreign keys for the department and the program ID. It's going to be the registration date that is registered this application, and the status. Then the educational details is going to be just the fields that I already covered on the on the user interface. You will have a foreign key application ID, because those educational details are for any particular applicant. Okay, for every applicant is going to have like many educational details. So you have just the fields that qualification, year passing, the duration of the study. Maybe it's going to be like int, not double. Board university, the university that pass subjects. So what are actually the subjects that he passes, and the percentage that he got at the end of the study. Then in closed documents is pretty clear. You is going to be also by application ID. You will have many enclosed documents. So the document type, you define the document type. So it's just a free text that you're going to use. Like, okay, I have a diploma or a certificate or things like that, and then is okay, this the TOEFL exam, something like that, and the actual document that is the document to upload. So you will upload as many documents as you can just verify an application. Then departments and programs are only maintenance tables to represent like all the departments that are in the university and all the programs that are inside one particular department. So this is a simple table structure that you're going to use. And then I will provide the models for you. So you based on these models, you should be able to just start your the coding, the application, and just developing everything for it. This application, as you have seen, is using ASP.NET Identity. So for that, we already covered ASP.NET Identity, how to create a admin user. So here is going to be the same, like I'm going to define like a role, in my case, can manage. So I'm going to define the role. I'm going to insert the role in the database. I'm going to create at the beginning of the of this project. I'm going to create also the admin user that is already covered in, I think it was in the student registration, or we did it in the other project. But you get the idea that we already did that in our project. So you should be able to manage to create an admin user and to create the role and associate the role to the user. And from then you will have your admin and you should be able to have the user interface needed for the admin. So it's going to be like that. Here is a regular user, only see the only see the information that it has. Here I just missed that, but maybe I can just show also the status. Yes, here. I don't have the status in here, but I need to show the status of the application here. If I go back as admin, if I log in, you see the first thing that the admin will see is going to be just the three filters: application ID, student name, and the status that I have. And then I will just see here I'm showing everything, and then here I can click on details, and I as an admin I can't change anything here. The information that the student just fill, I can change it. Also here is not correct, the edit or delete. Maybe view or something like that, but not edit. And I will see all the information, but here is presenting all the information that I need. So at first glance, the admin will be able to see all the information. And then close document is going to be also a list, and then it's going to be like an add button for the student. But if you are not a student, if you are the admin, you only see as read only the information for the applications. So that's pretty much the project, the final project for you.
I have a question, Ricardo.
Yes.
Can student make more than one application, or he just can make one application and that's it? After that, this option is not available anymore.
Okay. Yes, that's a good question. The student will let's say that the student save his application. Okay. In my case, I add just this student. Okay. And then I put my password. I should be able to just go back to my application and save it. to create another application is going to be like with another email, maybe, as a student. But in this case, it's only one application per student, and it will be driven by the email.
Okay, so but we can click save button several times, or if we click
Yes,
certain time,
you can save as many times as you want. Yes.
and admin will receive it several times in this case.
No, every time that I will save here is just that mean we'll have only one student in there, because when I do save in here, it's like editing the information. At the very beginning, I'm going to just create the application, but afterwards I'm going to just edit and save it.
So first time this button should work like creating a new record,
Yes.
and next steps is just updating.
Yes, it's just updates. Yes.
Okay. So basically we have to create some query that checks if submission of application with this email already exists in database.
Yes.
And in this case update. Okay.
Yes, it's going to be like that. So it's basically I implemented with tabs. You can be creative also, or maybe I can share to you how to do tabs like this in your application, but you can maybe put it like links or things like that. But this tab is only user interface. But yes, I can show you an example just working with tabs. And you will be able to just say the information that way. So that's the project. Do you have any other questions about the project?
And you have like a model windows there.
Okay. Yes. You notice that is yes. Yes, I did it. The model windows, because I use Bootstrap for it. Yes, I use Bootstrap in this application, but you can also do it without model windows if you want to. Yes, it can be just regular pages that you redirect between those pages, because with model windows, what I was able to do is like here, when I click, let's say here, add educational detail, I'm able to just make appear this model window, but it's only an implementation of Bootstrap. I can share to you also that implementation if you want to do it this way. If not, maybe you just, when you click the add educational detail, you just show directly the page. And then when you save changes, you go back to the list. If you want to do it this way, I maybe tomorrow I can share to you the way that I implement this particular modal pop-up. But it's nothing related to ASP.NET MVC. It's more like Bootstrap thing with JavaScript or things like that. It's not a okay. I can let me just take a look because I did it that long time ago. It's not. This is not. So here, just to show you how is implement that. I think we are on the applications. In the applications, I have my education details CHTML. Okay. So here I have my button in here, and I have the list. So the user interface is mostly this in the application that you may program, but because I did the model, I needed like an extra element to show the model. To do that, I use like I did with jQuery, and like every time that I click in this button, add education detail, I call add education detail